that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. We are the crowd, we're coming out. Got my flash on, it's true. Need the picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls glam of us. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, it don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Velvet ropes and guitars, yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance and we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. You don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. Real good, we dancing, let's do it all. Snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi.
助理似乎还需要磨练呢。真的吗？好像不太对。再想想呢？没错，我也觉得应该是这样。
We are the crowd, we're coming out. Got my flash on, it's true. Need the picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls glam of us. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, it don't have a price.
其他办法。
只有我能不受虚之影响进行穿梭。别总想着独自拯救所有。这次就相信我吧。放着我来，进入同盟。
Where you are for all time. May your path be clear. May you get aware. Dreams are all crystalline sweet. Please crack a little smile. You won't be alone in this road you've chosen. So long, don't worry. I'm well aware that all's no fixed mountain the end. Which is on all the hope of spring, so I'll dance from boiling to that good night. Bon voyage, may your path be clear. May you get aware. Dreams are all crystalline sweet. Please crack a little smile. You won't be alone in this world you've chosen. So long, time is such a good leader. Yeah. Was it worth it? Sometimes I feel like a player that's just impressed by the script. All I know is my desire and my love will fade. I'll set a fire, burn fears to ashes. Put some petals on my chest, right on the tear. I will just fall into the sunset on the rusty sea. I'm a vessel done its best to contain their schemes. Now all sounds are drowning with me. Through those rainbows, shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. I'm in love with my sword, my medals, and corrosive fall. I can hear my fingerprints. Let's make the way I could be. I think I finally found my peace. To contain the streets. Now all sounds are drowning with me. Through those rainbows, shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. I'm in love with my sword, my medals, and corrosive fall. I can hear my fingerprints. Let's make the way I could be. Medals and corrosive fall. All sounds are drowning with me. Through those rainbows, shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. I'm in love with my sword, my medals, and corrosive fall. I can hear my fingerprints. Let's make the way I could be. I think I finally found my peace. For the medals, I might chance to walk in the rain. A flash of flying with my eyes making me ponder again. I burn the clouds, stronger refusing my wings. To my destiny, please me. There is not all about winning, but racing till the last minute. Struggles, struggles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. All the bruises on the cruise that lead me to solution, to my doubts and deepest fears. Glory's not all about winning, but blazing till the last minute. Ooh. Suddenly it stops, even when it holds its breath. Is that a scar on the heart of the moon? How strange, how bizarre. Echoes of chaos sound different this time. Ooh, will bring clarity. Who will rewrite the causality? Every fold of light, every ripple of text, I know them all, like the lines on my palm. Love, the trembling need of touch my hand. Just so my hopes will not remain. Long have I followed your sacred guide through the tides, through my yesterdays. Tonight you'll learn I'm the anchor of fate. Named moonlight, moonlight. Too long have I followed your sacred guide through the tides, through my yesterdays. Tonight you'll learn I'm the anchor of fate. Prophecy hopes into ash, dusting her lashes and hair. The phantoms of paradox melt in her. Human is gone. Wax wane, turns of fate. No one could outface her soaring silhouette. Drawn, release her to the moon. She's the path, the only answer. Prophecy hopes into ash, dusting her lashes and hair. The phantoms of paradox melt in her. Human is gone. Wax wane, turns of fate. No one could outface her soaring silhouette. Wax melt in her. Human is gone. Wax wane, turns of fate. No one could outface her soaring silhouette. Drawn, release her to the moon. She's the path, the only answer to all. Stars flow like sand. I'm the scale, the stars on time's wheel.
To scale, stay there for now. Goodbye.
by the lamb that must be slaughtered, or the knife that plunges in while it weeps. Will God forgive the sins he makes me commit?
What have I become?
Run.
rising from our despair. Take the veils off, show the truth underneath. Sun come to now, shatter the shackles, break them free. Set them free. Pieces of sorrow, absorb all the pain. Breathing in, breathing out, hold on tight, silver lining of all. Despite blurry clouds, blind my eyes, can't rewrite our triumph is on my mind. Victory is shining, clean the time away. Through the blinding sinners shine. With you always survive and leap of faith. Lead the door behind the tipsy to see.
演出要开，那就华丽的登场吧。
嗯，
我的恩人，恩人。我的我的。我的恩人呀，我的恩人。
终于到我上场了吗？
恩人，
刚刚那首歌结尾那么高的高音，你们听到了吗？我鸡皮疙瘩都起来了。你这股热好了，是律的节奏。太棒了！
太奢侈了。
Set us back on the moonlight, trading the sketches of the sun. Fire of started for the fire, racing hearts, staying quiet. Looking into the dark, searching for glory of better days. Allow me to rise to the stars and high above. To find a path to the sky. I wish the echoes try to guide me. They're leading me astray to find a path. Enough is enough. We're looking up at the light. Stars.
到此为止吧。
Time is separated.
很快就能停下来。
Touch the galaxy. Running fast to see. No more shackles chain my steps. I'm taking to the stars. From the universe, we shall never be apart.
间有限，
往事如风，你们就随风而散吧。
我负责牙齿。还有什么要交？抓住！
太晚了，
没事了，交给我。迎接审判。
让狂风再猛烈些，
千万如我之心，对你的处决。到此为止吧。
漫长的脚可以了。让狂风再猛烈些，真是好机会。
我负责牙齿。破绽，再见。照来排除。
这首歌献给世界。
封锁动作。实力精致。
请开后，起风吧，寒风彻骨。
步入逝去。
雪凝，向天横，蛮横贯世，嘿，击打，很漂亮吧？
思绪划过流星的刹那，光芒依旧璀璨闪耀。
剑随我意，风若九天，赵平民。山雪凝，
终将飞翔。
清明浩荡，斩断九霄。死神咒从无数故事歌咏梦境中来，放着我来。
His magic with no flesh could clean. Like powder stardust on your skin, glistening. Fair moments may be fleeting, paper thin, but through your voyage they will sing, soaring like the paper plane we dream, coasting through the trash we paint. It's not make believe. Fly to froster this spring, carry the torch for me, spread your wings. I will get so far up from your sky, your ever guiding light.
不看见，
Main shock is from the castellan.
死对了，
It's a different way.
可以。
Let it find me. Inside of my voice wants to be a thing. Up in the air to nowhere. There's no fancy or endlessly recall. Oh, but you will see girls and girls and more of all so light and bursting. When flowers are what the plan be promised. The end of night.
从我的海滩里滚出去！不开心，离我远点！办事的东西，趁机混点，抓住机会！不看了。有空着。
Soaring like the paper plane we dream,
结束。
coasting through the trails we paint. It's not make believe. Fly to roasters to spring, carry the torch for me, spread your wings. I will pass a glow from the sky, your ever guide.
先走再想走。圣为上，战何四绝。玄武的超大世界，机不可失。乘胜追击，请见证因为爱升起的浪花。猜猜阳伞能变出什么？离我远点！结束了。
还有其他办法？
只要当不是虚不影响这些东西。不堪一击，总想着独自拯救所。哼，爱也。 惹上我永远好痛。相信我，现在冲我也没用，以此刀为誓。从我的海滩里滚出去！
A song for song, bound to soar to the very edge of the starry ocean. If we're meant to fall, I will decide where you are for all time. May your path be clear, may you get aware. Dreams are all crystalline, sweet. Please crack a little smile. You won't be alone in this road you've chosen. So long, don't worry, I'm well aware.
教室。不后悔。不后悔。长大以后，你想。
We are the crowd, we're coming out. Got my flash on, it's true. Need the picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls glamorous. Not sure what it means, but this photo of studio. Snap, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby,
くなんて無力だその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を真歌へに咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけいいかな動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいどうか黒く縁取るほの暗い道どこまでが自分なのか柔らかいとこ縛る鎖はここで投げ捨てたしまえこの物語を終わらせに今行くから絶望の淵を最後の鶴を得て輝いているよ小さく芽吹く青色未来をあげよう守り抜いてみせるなんて落ちる愛って不安の影鼻先まで沈んでもがくこともできない生まれ落ちる光が恥ずかしげに佇むどうか誰もが無条理にさらされるよこの物語の
Và đã muốn không qua những chuyện không đáng nên có những chuyện khó có thể tha thứ.
濡れた髪のように崩れてった溺れる心どこか遠くへ消えてしまったその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を真向かいに咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいどうぞ落ちる愛って不安の影鼻先まで沈んでもがくこともできないけぶる際限なく続く闇にすくむ足どこまで行けばたどり着くのか時は三角に過ぎてくなんて無力だその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を真歌へに咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけいいかな動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいどうか黒く縁取るほの たゴミのように崩れてった溺れる心どこか遠くへ消えてしまったさあその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を満開に咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいと溶けて落ちる空愛で降られぬ頃の鼻先まで沈んでもがくこともできるけぶる際限なく続く闇にすくむ足どこまで行けばたどり着くのか時は三角に過ぎてくなんて無力だその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を満開に咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいどうか黒く縁取るほの暗い道どこまでが自分なのか柔らかいとこ縛る鎖はここで投げ捨ててしまうこの物語を終わらせに今行くから絶望の富士を最後の綱渡り輝いているよ小さく芽吹く青色未来をあげよう守り抜いてみせるなんて溶けて落ちる愛で降られぬ頃の鼻先まで沈んでもがくこともできぬ生まれ落ちる光が恥ずかしげに佇むどうか誰もが無条理にさらされるよこの物語の終わらせ方教えて濡れたゴミのように崩れてった溺れる心どこか遠くへ消えてしまったさあその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を満開に咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいと溶けて落ちる愛で降られぬ頃の鼻先まで沈んでもがくこともできるけぶる際限なく続く闇にすくむ足どこ
咱俩对象。
この物語の終わらせ方教えて濡れた髪のように崩れてった溺れる心どこか遠くへ消えてしまったさあその願い込めて降りついたこの空に黎明の種を満開に咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいと溶けて落ちる空吐いて降られぬ影鼻先まで沈んでもがくこともできるけぶる際限なく続く闇にすくむ足どこまで行けばたどり着くのか時は三角に過ぎてくなんて無力だその願い込めて凍りついた空に黎明の種を満開に咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいどうか黒く縁取るほの暗い道どこまでが自分なのか柔らかいとこ縛る鎖はここで投げ捨てたしまえこの物語を終わらせに今行くから絶望の淵を最後の鶴を得たり輝いているよ小さく芽吹く青色未来をあげよう守り抜いてみせるまで溶けて落ちる空吐いて降られぬ影鼻先まで沈んでもがくこともできぬ生まれ落ちる光が恥ずかしげに佇むどうか誰もが無条理にさらされるよ 沈んでもがくこともできるけぶる際限なく続く闇にすくむ足どこまで行けばたどり着くのか時は三角に過ぎてくなんて無力だその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を真歌に咲かす滅びゆく体あと一度だけいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいどうか黒く縁取るほの暗い道どこまでが自分なのか柔らかいとこ縛る鎖はここで投げ捨てたしたねこの物語を終わらせに今行くから絶望の富士を最後の鶴を得たり輝いているよ小さく芽吹く青色未来をあげよう守り抜いてみせるなんて落ちる愛で船で向かう羽先まで沈んでもがくこともできぬ生まれ落ちる光が恥ずかしげにたたずむどうか誰もが無条理にさらされるよこの物語の終わらせ方教えて濡れた髪のように崩れてった溺れる心どこか遠くへ消えてしまったさあその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を満開に咲かす滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいどうぞ落ちる愛で船で向かう羽先まで沈んでもがくこともできるけぶる際限なく続く闇にすくむ足どこまで行けばたどり着くのか時は三角に過ぎてくなんて無力だその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を真歌に咲かす滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいどうか黒く縁取るほの暗 けぶる際限なく続く闇にすくむ足どこまで行けばたどり着くのか時は三角に過ぎてくなんて無力だその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を真対に咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいどうか黒く縁取るほの暗い道どこまでが自分なのか柔らかいとこ縛る鎖はここで投げ捨ててしまえこの物語を終わらせに今行くから絶望の淵を最後の綱を得たり輝いているよ小さく芽吹く恋の未来をあげよう守り抜いてみせるなんて溶けて落ちる空間で愛で船で向かうの鼻先まで沈んでもがくこともできない生まれ落ちる光が恥ずかしげにたたずむどうか誰もが無条理にさらされるよこの物語の終わらせ方教えて濡れた髪のように崩れてった溺れる心どこか遠くへ消えてしまったさあその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を満開に咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいと溶けて落ちる空間で愛で船で向かうの鼻先まで沈んでもがくこともできないけぶる際限なく続く闇にすくむ足どこまで行けばたどり着くのか時は三角に過ぎてくなんて無力だその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎
'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance and we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. You don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi, real good. We dance in the studio, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. We are the crowd, we're coming out. Got my flash on, it's true. Need the picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls love us. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, it don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Tell the ropes and guitars, yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance and we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. You don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi, real good. We dance in the studio, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, vivid picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls glam of us, not sure what it means, but this photo of us, it don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights, 'cause you know it, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I'll stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Velvet ropes and guitars, yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance and we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. It don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie, 'cause you know that, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I'll stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi, feel good. We dancing, let's do it all. Snap, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I'll stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi.
再次亲我，
snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi.
洗规则，我来裁定。
We are the crowd, we're coming out. Got my flash on, it's true. Need that picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls love us. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, they don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know it, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Velvet ropes and guitars, yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance till we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. You don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know that, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi, real good. We dance in the studio, snap, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. We are the crowd, we're coming out. Got my flash on, it's true. Need that picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls love us. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, they don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know it, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. roasting good dust. Yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance and we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. Don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, that I'll stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi, feel good, we dance in the studio. Snap, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, that I'll stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi.
潜规则，我来踩地雷。再见了，所向披靡。
We are the crowd, we're coming out. Got my flash on, it's true. Need that picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls love us. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, they don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, that I'll stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Velvet roasting good dust. Yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance and we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. Don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, that I'll stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi, feel good, we dance in the studio. Snap, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, that I'll stop until everybody's mine. Baby, you'll flash on his shoe. Need the picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls love us. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, say you don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, that I'll stop until everybody is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Velvet ropes and guitars, yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance and we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. You don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, that I'll stop until everybody is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi, real good. We dancing, let's do it all. Snap, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, that I'll stop until everybody is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi.
大运当头，开门红，彩要出现了。
We are the crowd, we're coming out. Got my flash on his shoe. Need the picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather the picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls glam of us. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, they don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Velvet ropes and guitars. Yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance how we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. You don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. Real good, we dancing, let's do it all. Snap, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi.
我来踩地。大运当头，开门红，成就起来。
We are the crowd, we're good coming out. Got my flash on, it's true. Need the picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls glam of us. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, they don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Velvet ropes and guitars. Yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance how we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. You don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until the boy snap, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I'll stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. We are the crowd, we're coming out. Got my flash on, it's true. Need that picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, garage glamorous. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, they don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I'll stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Velvet ropes and guitars. Yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance till we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops that cry. You don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I'll stop until the boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi, real good. We dance in the studio, snap, snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I'll stop until the boy is mine. Baby, the picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Leather and jeans, girls gonna love us. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, it don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, that I'll stop until everybody is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Velvet ropes and guitars, yeah, 'cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burned, yellow dance and we turn. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops you cry. You don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. 'Cause you know what, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi, baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, that I'll stop until everybody is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi.
扯讯息了。
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, và em quên bà tao gần bếp. Tụi nó mặc tao rồi mà lau bếp. Còn nó biết Nam Ly chơi net. Mà khu nhà tao gần play kép. Tóc tao mượt sợ bếp. Và tao nấu rồi gọi từ bột tết. Tao đang viết lyric can vết. Để tao mở triển lãm ở bên bếp. Lead, không cần phải xem xét. Và nó biết nhạc tao như khen wet. Còn câu tao bụng như tôm tép. Và tao còn cả một đống concept. Và bọn nó dính nhạc tao như cocaine. Mà khi đã lỡ gà đeo rớt ra đường. Vẫn có cách để xử lý thôi may là mày táo tay nghe và mày đem vứt ra đường. Tao nghiên cứu ghi đến thâu đêm và tần số âm thanh thổi lúc ra trường. Xong tao dậy từ lúc 6 giờ AM để gọi là rung động tâm thức đa luồng. Giấy bút đưa đây tao ghi liền 5 phút là tao đổ thi trên. Thoải mái làm sao với chi tên. Sân khấu đi coi phi thuyền. Tao đã khóa trên cổ di chuyển. Tao đính đá cái mặt rời như alien. Tao đóng áo ba lỗ như đi biển. Và tao múa trên stage như tùy quyền. Cô fan hình xăm mới đi viên. Cô em tặng tao 2 kiềm. Cô nó khen là nhạc tao gây nghiện. Cô nó quen nghe khi đi muộn phiền. Và tao đem đến những ngày thật tuyệt. Xong nó rủ đi chơi với tao tiện. Tao phải khất vì tao mất công tiền. Tao còn nhiều nghiên cứu trên huyện. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tao đã phóng ở trên con Mustang trước của một bang trước khi cần vài tháng. Nên là ngày đó tao phải lặn mất tâm vì nhạc tao quá căng nghe xong phải nặng. Và một hôm tao đang thu playback thấy có thằng định hack máy tính để tìm cách ăn cao còn trách ngờ thỏ bên vách làm tao vẫn buồn lách cất những tuổi sạch trốn pha đất khách vào rừng trốn tránh ngủ trên cái tùng bách ăn củ với xà lách làm bạn với loài ếch nghe suối dốc rách thêm trà vào trong tách ung dung đọc sách và hít đất như văn bách. Sau ra vài năm thì tao đã bách trở lại và không có gì là trở ngại cái đây mới chỉ là mở bay. Tao cũng đã học rất nhiều cách để tồn tại trong con chuyện tao thất bại cũng đến bao giờ tao thở dài. Tao chỉ đang tạo cân bằng một thời đại như cách dòng TV cỏ dại và đó là cách tao trổ tai. Tao đang làm nhạc không có mục đích thương mại, tao tìm kiếm sự thoải mái còn lại duyên số là ở ngay. Yeah yeah, nó là ảo như là chích vô vàng, như là vã thật như là narco cocaine. Và giấy bút đưa đến tao ghi liền, và chỉ cần cái 5 phút là tao đủ thi triển. Thoải mái làm sâu với chi tiền, sân khấu thì coi phi thuyền. Tao đã khóa trên cổ dây chuyền, và tao đánh đá cái mặt dây alien. Xong tao đóng áo ba lỗ đi biển. Tao múa trên stage tùy quyền. Cô fan hình xăm đi viên. Cô em tặng tao 2 kiềm. Nó khen là nhạc tao gây nghiện. Nó quen nghe khi một phiền. Tao đem đến những thật tuyệt. Cô rủ đi chơi tiện. Khất vì bận việc. Nhiều nghiên cứu chuyện. Ai nạp cocaine. Wow, wow, wow. Vào trong tách ung dung đọc sách và hít đất như văn mách. Sau ra vài năm thì ta đã bắt trở lại và không có gì là trở ngại, cái đây mới chỉ là mở bay. Ta cũng đã học rất nhiều cách để tồn tại, không có chuyện tao thất bại cũng đến bao giờ tao thở dài. Ta chỉ đang tạo cân bằng một thời đại như cách dòng tên với cỏ dại, và đó là cách tao trổ tai. Tao đang làm nhạc không có mục đích thương mại, tao tìm kiếm sự thoải mái, còn lại duyên số là ở ngay. Yeah yeah, nó là ảo như là chích vô vàng, nhưng mà vã thật giờ nát cocaine. Và giấy bút đưa đến tao ghi liền, và chỉ cần cái 5 phút là tao đủ thi triển. Thoải mái làm sâu và chi tiền, sân khấu thì coi phi thuyền. Tao đã khóa trên cổ dây chuyền, và tao đánh đá cái mặt dây alien. Xong tao đóng áo ba lưỡi đi biển, và tao múa trên stage uy quyền. Có fan hình xăm đi viền, cô em tặng tao 2 kiềm. Nó khen là nhạc tao gây nghiện, nó quen nghe khi một phiền. Và tao đem đến những thật tuyệt, rủ đi chơi tiền. Thất vì bận việc, nhiều nghiên cứu hiện. Ai nạp cocaine. Wow.
Yo, anh Pai đang thấy khó hiểu ở full level được đưa ra đúng không? Còn 10 phút cho anh em.
Trong việc merge, trong việc merge với cả làm end screen, sửa level các thứ rất là nhanh. Đấy, xong rồi gần cuối là anh em đẩy các thứ trong một tuần xong luôn. Đấy, cảm ơn các em rất là nhiều nhá. Đấy, và mong mọi người tận hưởng cái layout này.
Mọi người, anh em báo xuống nhá. Rồi, beta, beta.
Động tâm thức đa luồng, giấy bút đưa đây tao ghi liền. 5 phút là tao đổ thi trên, thoải mái làm xong trích tiền. Sân khấu đi coi phi thuyền, tao đã khóa trên cổ diệt truyền. Tao đính đá cái mặt rời nhây liền, tao đóng áo ba lỗ như đi biển, và tao múa trên stage tùy quyền. Cô fan hình xăm đi viền, cô em tặng tao 2 kiềm. Cô nó khen là nhạc tao gây nghiện, cô nó quen nghe khi muộn phiền. Và tao đem đến như là thật tuyệt, xong nó rủ đi chơi tao tiện. Tao phải khất vì tao bận công việc, tao còn nhiều nghiên cứu trên huyện. Yeah yeah yeah, tao đã phóng ở trên con Mustang trước của một bang trước khi cần vài tháng. Nên là ngày đó tao phải lặn mất tâm, vì nhạc tao quá căng nghe xong phải nặng. Và một hôm tao đang thu playback, thấy có thằng định hack máy tính và tìm cách ăn cắp, còn trách ngờ thỏ bên vách là tao bị một lách cất. Nhưng mà tuổi sách trốn phai đất khách vào rừng trốn tránh, ngủ trên cái tùng bách ăn cùng với xà lách, làm bạn với loài ếch nghe suối dốc rách. Thêm trà vào trong tách ung dung đọc sách và hít đất như văn mách. Sau ra vài năm thì tao đã bắt trở lại và không có gì là trở ngại, cái đây mới chỉ là mở bay. Tao cũng đã học rất nhiều cách để tồn tại, không có chuyện tao thất bại cũng đến bao giờ tao thở dài. Tao chỉ đang tạo cân bằng một thời đại như cách dòng tên với cỏ dại, và đó là cách tao trổ tai. Tao đang làm nhạc không có mục đích thương mại, tao tìm kiếm sự thoải mái, còn lại duyên số là ở ngay. Yeah yeah, nó là ảo như là chích vô vàng, nhưng mà vã thật giờ nát cocaine. Và giấy bút đưa đến tao ghi liền, và chỉ cần cái 5 phút là tao đủ thi triển. Thời đại như cách dòng rất nhiều cách để tồn tại, không có chuyện tao thất bại cũng đến bao giờ tao thở dài. Tao chỉ đang tạo cân bằng một thời đại như cách dòng tên với cỏ dại, và đó là cách tao trổ tai. Tao đang làm nhạc không có mục đích thương mại, tao tìm kiếm sự thoải mái, còn lại duyên số là ở ngay. Yeah yeah, nó là ảo như là chích vô vàng, nhưng mà vã thật giờ nát cocaine. Và giấy bút đưa đến tao ghi liền, và chỉ cần cái 5 phút là tao đủ thi triển. Thoải mái làm sâu và chi tiền, sân khấu đi coi phi thuyền. Tao đã khóa trên cổ dây chuyền, và tao đánh đá cái mặt dây alien. Xong tao đóng áo ba lưỡi đi biển, và tao múa trên stage uy quyền. Cô fan hình xăm đi viền, cô em tặng tao 2 kiềm. Nó khen là nhạc tao gây nghiện, nó quen nghe khi một phiền. Và tao đem đến những thật tuyệt, rủ đi chơi tiền. Thất vì bận việc, nhiều nghiên cứu hiện. Tao đã thi triển, vã thật giờ nát cocaine. Và giấy bút đưa đến tao ghi liền, và chỉ cần cái 5 phút là tao đủ thi triển. Thoải mái làm sâu và chi tiền, sân khấu đi coi phi thuyền. Tao đã khóa trên cổ dây chuyền, và tao đánh đá cái mặt dây alien. Xong tao đóng áo ba lưỡi đi biển, và tao múa trên stage uy quyền. Cô fan hình xăm đi viền, cô em tặng tao 2 kiềm. Nó khen là nhạc tao gây nghiện, nó quen nghe khi một phiền. Và tao đem đến những thật tuyệt, rủ đi chơi tiền. Thất vì bận việc, nhiều nghiên cứu hiện. Ai nạp cocaine. Wow wow wow.
Alo.
Anh ơi, ok mẹ dừng rồi nhá.
Alo, nghe thấy gì không? Nghe thấy cà phê không?
Rồi, hãy dừng rồi nhá.
Nghe thấy gì không? Nghe thấy gì không? Alo, alo. Anh em đấu số 1, anh em như thế nào đúng không? Đấu số 1. Anh Năm Pem. Yo, cái máy.
Hốt level có ok, thực ra thì cái này anh hốt từ hồi tháng 5 nhưng mà không hiểu sao anh em chạy rất là nhanh, anh em lại làm collab đặc biệt là Gieo giúp đỡ rất là nhiều trong việc merge. Đấy, trong việc merge với cả làm end screen, sửa level các thứ rất là nhanh. Đấy, xong rồi gần cuối là anh em đẩy các thứ trong một tuần xong luôn. Đấy, cảm ơn các em rất là nhiều nhá. Đấy, và mong mọi người tận hưởng cái layout này.
Thank you, Zell. We said in unison. Ok, chúng ta phỏng vấn ai nhỉ? Phỏng vấn từ Carter xem nào. Bạn Dương Phái cho xin cảm nghĩ về trận đấu vừa rồi nào.
Một trận đấu mình nghĩ là nói thật là mình bắt kèo bạn LC nhưng mà rất là bất ngờ. Nhưng mà một cái bạn của mình là bạn Azeric là đã giành chiến thắng. Và mình rất hy vọng là sẽ đến nhiệm vụ để anh em ở đây có thể xem được rất là nhiều cái kỹ năng của những người chơi nổi tiếng nhất Việt Nam hay không.
Ok, rất cảm ơn bạn Dương Phái nha. Chúng ta sẽ phỏng vấn xem nào. Neru rồi. Neru rồi. À, mua đồ à? Thế phỏng vấn ai rồi nhỉ? Phỏng vấn đây, phỏng vấn đấy. Bạn có cảm nghĩ vừa rồi bạn có cảm nghĩ gì về trận đấu vừa rồi à? Không phải một
Cảm nghĩ của tôi là xem mới được một nửa thôi tàn hình rồi.
Cao lên.
Có bạn nào muốn phỏng vấn không? Bạn nào muốn phỏng vấn không?
Rồi, Billy muốn phỏng vấn.
Đây. Đây. Phỏng vấn khách mời đặc biệt hôm nay nào.
Trước khi phỏng vấn nha thì cứ giới thiệu trước đã.
Hello, mình là BB là top 1
Việt Nam.
Top 1 Việt Nam. Chắc ai cũng biết rồi. Ok, thì đối với mình thì mình đã xem trận này thì mình thấy hai người về trình độ thì hai người rất là cân sức và đã có những lúc mà hai người dẫn trước nhau, nhưng mà sau cùng thì người may mắn hơn vẫn là người chiến thắng, nên mình xin chúc mừng AZ.
Cho ông Billy biết nha. Bình tĩnh anh em ơi, bình tĩnh. Ê.
Ok.
Anh em nhá, thì trận này chính là trận trận tứ kết này ấy, sẽ quyết định đối thủ của ông Billy ván sau đúng không?
Ok nhá. Ok, vậy thì giờ chúng ta sẽ đi xung quanh và chúng ta sẽ hỏi xem ý kiến mọi người xem ai sẽ là người chiến thắng nào. Bắt đầu bạn nước heo nào.
Ôi. Mình là Sonic Wave Universe host và Level host.
Ok, thì bạn nghĩ ai sẽ là người chiến thắng của vòng đấu này?
Anh bình chính nhá, ván này không phải là ván quyết định đối thủ của Billy chưa? Tôi nhầm, ván này là quyết định đối thủ của Pai nhá, Pai on chat để ý nhá.
Xem nào phổ ra anh
Ít của nó sắp từ nhiều thì một năm.
Anh em tăng price moon đúng không?
Đấy, cảm ơn quán. Đấy, xong rồi
mà chắc là
cũng ra đấy cũng
thế rồi.
hay thì đấy cũng cảm ơn ban staff các thứ vì đã tổ chức một buổi khá ok, đúng không? Cũng ra chill phết. Đấy, cảm ơn quán. Đấy, xong rồi
mà chắc là quẩy nhỉ? Là quẩy thôi em ơi.
Quẩy nhá anh em.
Nào được thay cùng
ba sáu ấy.
ông kia ông đây không bị ok anh em làm dáng em ơi
Mình lại giúp nhá.
em cầm vé em ơi
Chập mạnh vé rồi. Em chưa cầm vé chắc rồi. Để thành viên xuyên Việt ba anh em nhớ chụp màn hình nhá. Chào.
Cảm ơn món ăn.
Ba anh tao mày có nhau rồi. Aku với bách cú rác đi. Cú rác. Chà.
blah, blah. And I thought that was a good opportunity to bestow some of my experience and perspective on this topic. Now, obviously, specifically to how TFT will be after Mort Dog leaves, I can't really say a lot for two reasons. One, NDA, and two, I haven't been there, and so for all I know, they've created a super AI, you know, that can do my job 10 times over and they'll be fine. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the real talk is I don't know, and so that's not what I'm here to talk about. But what I will say is when it comes to companies losing key people or whatever, I actually do have a lot of thoughts here that I wanted to share. And the way I see it is for you guys, there's really two groups of people that are probably watching this. The first is people who have corporate jobs and have been in the corporate world, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 or older. And what I would love from you guys is if you watch this, you can either say, yep, Mort's exactly right, he knows what he's talking about, or if I'm wrong and you're like, no, I've got examples where you're smoking out of your ass, tell them, post them. I'd love to hear that. But the second, and that's kind of who this video is for, is the people who have never been in the corporate world and are sort of like, oh my god, Mort left, or some key person left, what do we do? Something's crazy, change! Oh no, change is scary! You know, and so, like I said, I'm getting old, I've experienced the world, and they say those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it. But let me start with one, absolute truth. This is just the absolute truth, no matter who the person is, or what company it is, or whatever. The bigger the company, the more replaceable any single person is, and no one, no matter how talented, how skilled, how smart, whatever, is irreplaceable. Okay? That is just a truth that you have to accept, and it is just absolutely the truth. Okay? And I can go over a lot of examples where this is absolutely true. And to be clear, by the way, any comparisons I bring up are not me trying to compare myself to that person. So for example, if I bring up Kojima, which I will in a minute, I am not remotely comparing myself to Kojima. I am like 1/1000th as influential as someone like Kojima, so that's not what this is about. But if you look at not just the games industry, but really any industry in general, key people come, key people go, and things will change, and everything moves on, right? Like, that is just an absolute fact. If you look at a company like Microsoft, Bill Gates leaves Microsoft. Does Microsoft die? No, of course not. Microsoft moves on, they get a new CEO, some things change, some things are different, some may be better, some may be worse. But that's kind of the general pattern. And it's funny because when you're in that situation, even you working at the company can kind of go through this emotion. I'll tell you my biggest story with this is when I first started at Nintendo, I had a boss. We'll just call them, Mr. X. We'll just call them that. That's their name. And for the first 5 years I was at Nintendo, everyone kind of looked at Mr. X as this person who was like, they're the only person at NST who really understands how to make Nintendo games. They're irreplaceable, and there's no way we can function without them, even though they can be kind of difficult to work with, and they have some weaknesses that are clearly causing some issues at the company. But what ended up happening was we were working on Mario vs. Donkey Kong Minis on the Move, and there was a key milestone, and the milestone was like a pretty important one, and Mr. X took basically 2 or 3 weeks of sick leave in the middle of this milestone. Okay? And generally what happens whenever a key person leaves, it does create a vacuum, right? Like, there is this absence of that key person, but that also creates an opportunity for somebody else to rise up to the occasion. And in that case, it was me, actually. Mr. X, was out for 2 or 3 weeks. They needed someone to lead the milestone. I kind of just stepped up and was like, hey, I can do this. And the end result of that was everyone went, whoa, not only can Mort run, these milestones, but actually it was kind of like better. And so we're not as dependent on Mr. X as we thought we were, And so eventually they ended up letting go of Mr. X, and I ended up getting the director title of that particular game. even though I wasn't the original director, because, you know, opportunity creates necessity. And what's funny is, I bet you if you talk to a bunch of industry leaders, there's really two types of industry leaders. One is the type that, like, they kind of always knew they were going to do that, or, you know, they lucked into it, or they knew somebody or whatever. But two is the people who, they're like, you know, I never really wanted to be a lead, but it was like I was on a thing and we didn't have anybody, so I stepped up and did it. And then I started doing it more and more, and next thing I knew, I was running a company. Next thing I knew, I was doing a bunch of stuff, you know. Necessity creates opportunity. And so at any company, when someone leaves, chances are, whether it be someone internal, someone junior, or an external hire or whatever, someone will fill that gap, you know. The company will find somebody, or, you know, a new person gets their chance. This is actually something I think a lot of younger people struggle with, is that when you are working at a company, you know, if you have a boss that's been around for a long time and it's like, well, I could do that better, but they're never leaving and, you know, whatever. But then when they finally do leave, it's like, okay, now's my opportunity, you know? So the reality is, like I said, and this is true, the bigger the company, the more this is true. I have seen, you know, for example, you could be at a company, and let's say you have this amazing engineer. This amazing engineer knows everything, knows the tech stack, they're just the best engineer, and all of a sudden they announce they're retiring. And you're like, oh crap, right? Your first reaction is like, well, what are we going to do? We've just lost this amazing engineer. But the reality is, what happens is you shift. You shift, even if you can't directly replace them, right? So an example might be like, and this is a hypothetical example, but I have examples in my past. But imagine you were working on a set of TFT as a hypothetical, and the set really relied on a cool technological advance, but then you don't have it. Well, what would end up happening is like, well, crap, we don't have that. We need something else. And then maybe an artist steps up and goes, hey, I have this really cool art style that doesn't require technology, but it's a really cool art style. And so they end up shipping that instead, because that's now their strength instead of that tech, because they lost that engineer, you know? And then to the players, all they see is, wow, we got this really cool set with really cool art. They don't even know that something was lost. And that's another interesting thing about the industry is, like, you know, for someone like me out there that has a little notoriety and people are like, oh my god, there's change, or you're Ben Broads or whatever, behind the scenes, what you guys aren't seeing is this happens all the time with various people, right? Oh my god, we just lost this, you know, key art leader, or oh my god, we just lost this really good product person who has a great direction. Things change a lot, right? I think if you look at like League of Legends, for example, you know, for a while there it was Joe Tung who was always doing the, like, he was the executive producer and he was doing stuff, and, you know, he was kind of the face head of League, and then he left, and did League die? No, it kept going, and, you know, some would say it changed or is better or worse, and you could make that distinction for yourself. But at every single company, no matter who the person is, no matter how important, no matter how skilled, things will move on. And in some cases, they will get better, right? And so if you're somebody who truly, truly, you know, likes a thing, the best thing you can do for the people that are still there working on that thing is give them the benefit of the doubt, you know, and hope that they solve that problem and they fill that gap, you know. And like I said, sometimes it'll work out and you'll see better, right? There are definitely examples out there of key person left, game got better, or company got better. And there are definitely examples where it's not true, right? Or it changes, right? I mentioned I was going to bring up the Kojima example. I think Kojima's like probably one of the most famous examples. Obviously, it was a very, you know, crazy breakup between him and Konami. And it's like, well, Kojima.
你希望我成为怎样的人？
信心高涨。也许还有其他办法。
只有我能不受虚之影响进行穿梭。别总想着独自拯救所有。这次，就相信我吧。
Water's flames, burning phonies grin, sacred breezes, let the bygone return, hold it fire. Nightingale is singing that familiar tune, raising moon and the undeniable truth. Suddenly it stops, even when it holds its breath. Is that a scar on the heart of the moon? How strange, how bizarre, echoes of chaos sound different this time. Who will bring clarity? Who will rewrite the causality? Every fold of light, every ripple of text, I know them all like the lines on my palm. Luck, the trembling needle on a fate's compass, to sow my hopes when none remained. Moonlight, moonlight, long have I followed your sacred guide. You on a fate's compass, to sow my hopes when none remained. Moonlight, moonlight, long have I followed your sacred guide. You drew the tides throughout my yesterdays. Tonight you learn I'm the anchor of fate. Prophecy pops into ash, dusting her lashes and hair. The phantoms of paradox melting her luminous glow. Now wane, turns of fate. No one could outpace her soaring silhouette. Drowned, release her to the moon. She's the path, the only answer to stars flow like sand. I'm the scale, the stars on time's wheel. Down by river, dream with me on the tapestry of time. Strung my know your place, listen to the story of Cardathia. She called for freedom, she yearned for a legend, dreaming of splendid adventure. With all prophecy manifest, will I be
making joy forever last. The prophecy is nothing but a vicious lie. Here comes the growling dark tides. The more pain she sees, the clearer she feels. Halos of divine are fading. I can hear divine sees, the clearer she feels. Halos of divine are fading. I can hear the bell of fate sound. It's high time to turn it around. I'll carry on my glorious journey with the blessings and wish by my side. Won't accept the fate that is set. There is no turning back this time. This will realize, it will realize the truth in my heart never dies. I will pierce through all the veils of lies with the silver sword in my hand. How humanity, light folded me, wrapped me in light like ocean's mist. I'm still that girl. I'll carry the hopes. I'll break the shackles, free the souls trapped in those dark woods. Nothing can stop me walking down this path. Bring honor and blessings back. Won't accept the fate that is set. There is no turning back this time. Will it be true? Will it be true? Be your closer for this myth book. One day we shall cheer and dance, making joy forever last. this pain is the prayers I bear with love. When the shadows of the past find their grave, and the echoes of our souls sink beneath the waves, I will stand resolute on the edge with you against the dying of the air and falls around us. wasn't real. Wasn't mine, was it worth it? Sometimes I feel like a clear that's dressing fresh by the screen. All I know is my desire and my love will fade. I will satisfy, refuse to assume. Putting petals on my chest, right on the tip. I will just fall into the sunset on the rusty sea. I'm a vessel done its best to contain the schemes. Now all sounds are drowning with me. Through those rainbows, shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. I'm in love with my sword, my medals, and corrosive fall. I can name my fingerprints. Let's make the way not complete. I think I'm finally found my peace. For the meadows, I might just a glimmering. A flash of light, close my eyes, making me bound again. I burn the clouds with sudden fusing my veins. Somehow, a lingering doubts. Through those rainbows, shadows, struggles, battles, clearly I saw my way to the destiny. There is something no one can take from me. All the bruises are the bruise that lead me to solution, to my doubts and deepest fears. Though it's not all about winning, but plays until the last minute. Window. Stay wide open inside. Follow the roses, stars, searching for what it leads. Just call me when you need me. Say no matter, I'm the one. Say you trust me, that I'm worth your time. Either don't stop now or do it right. I can't reject it. Reach the sunlight. Now we step into the sunlight. La, 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 la. This is the way we touch the light. La, 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 la. Take us all past the past, gonna live like this is fine, just let it be. I'ma go straight that way, no with no fade to find a way to go. So we get hot, I'm about to figure it out. Every simmer calls me back from the wilds as the sun was shining, we move so. A smile on your face remains on my mind. City hope is sky we run.
完成学班。
光芒永不灭途，我愿沿途梭路，风雨皆成祝福，祈求升空为度，愿勇气永不羡慕，我愿未来有你叙述，我愿功名利相传，而时空迷雾，闪耀群星深处。
轮到你们了。
只此一千，关照诸天。
写下骄傲的履历，永远向前去。大家唱的超级棒！愿勇气永不羡慕，我愿未来有你叙述，我愿功名利相传，免时空迷雾，闪耀群星深处，去见证破晓前的际遇，去更新文明后的航迹，让温柔挥霍天地，让终章化作序曲，延续广阔的意义，让心居不息。去见证未传唱的真理，去点亮未明明的星星，将我歌声送给你，将前路透过天际，写下骄傲的履历，去见证破晓前的际遇，去更新文明后的航迹，让温柔挥霍天地，让终章化作序曲，延续广阔的意义，让心居不息。
让这份共鸣留在大家身边，我们一起迈向明天吧。
是歌手他给跳舞者们，也感谢正在线上收看这次直播，好吗？林朝我，相信我。
silence with
Which way am I going with you? Portal unrolled. Whoa. Do we know who this is? Is this our future new map? I don't think we know who that is yet. Aww. 惊喜? Wait. 明朝剧集. Oh! It's a Wuthering Waves anime! 惊喜? Wait. 明朝剧集. Oh! It's a Wuthering Waves anime! It says, please stay. 大家准备好了吗？啦啦啦，啦啦啦，啦啦啦，啦啦啦。She did a really great performance.
We're ushering a new world revolution. It's a call.
That's our finale. You haven't seen that. Doing the all our Wait, we even have our Yang Xuanling mascot. The Nami pop, not like the Chameleon's just going off. We are 60%. I think they're I'm pretty Honami song that I like. Oh, they're saying Ming Chao Niu.
I've been here before.
No matter
what you're thinking, I ain't taking criticism. Don't try and
stop. Galbrina's lullaby.
The lamb that must be slaughtered.
Galbrina's song.
Or the knife that plunges in.
I remember the whispers at the beginning.
Will God forgive the sins he makes me commit?
tournament? Whoa. It looks like he's standing on the wings because he's suspended in midair. Wow. This is Cry Wolf. We just listened to his other song. Songs are pretty good. Yeah, he did make the latest Enfield boss. That was an amazing performance. I feel like his performances are really good in general. Nick, are we skipping GVG today? All in tomorrow? Oh, GVG's cooked. It's our finale, Vanesita. Finale song.
请将所有的希望与意志。
Mùa 16, truyền thuyết và huyền thoại đã chính thức mở cửa trở lại dưới danh nghĩa chế độ giải trí Tron CC. Một lần nữa, tấm bản đồ cổ của vũ trụ liên minh đã được trải ra trước mắt chúng ta, lấp lánh những vùng đất đầy bí ẩn. Cá là những anh em cờ thủ, dù đã là những cựu binh từng cấy nát mùa giải này trước đây, thì khi đặt chân trở lại cũng không kìm được sự xúc động. Để rồi, chỉ sau game đấu Tron CC đầu tiên phải thét lên rằng Ôi, sao mà nhiều tướng tanh cơ như thế này. Trận này nhất định mình phải làm một cái đội hình full dàn tanh 4 tiền mới hả dạ cái mùa 17. Cảm xúc hoài niệm đó thật là quá đã. Tuy nhiên, bánh xe thời gian vốn rất tàn nhẫn. Cái gì đã qua thì chỉ nhớ con người ít nhiều cũng sẽ phai đi. Và tin mình đi, sẽ chẳng còn gì gọi là giải trí nữa nếu anh em đánh mãi mà không tự thưởng được cho bản thân một cái top 1 nào. Chính vì lý do đó, chuyến tàu thám hiểm ngày hôm nay đã sẵn sàng chuyển bánh. Anh em hãy cùng cà phê nhân phẩm bước một cuộc phiêu lưu qua từng vùng đất của Runeterra để săn lùng và làm chủ những đội hình mạnh nhất của chúng trên bàn cờ nhé. Bật mí là sẽ có 13 vùng đất tương ứng với cả 13 đội hình đấy. Điểm dừng chân đầu tiên trên tấm bản đồ cổ chính là Demacia, một vương quốc phong kiến kiên cường, ví như Triều Tiên thời 4.0. Ở đây, sách cổ lưu lại rằng quốc gia này căm ghét không chỉ diện rộng mà đội hình này gây ra cũng thuộc hàng top đầu phân khúc. Khoảnh khắc thỏa mãn nhất khi làm chủ đội hình này có lẽ là việc nhìn Sylas nhảy thẳng một tuyến sau. Ngay sau đó, lắc bồi thêm một quả cầu vồng tối thượng, bốc hơi ngay lập tức con mèo của địch đầu giao tranh, nghĩ thôi mà đã thấy hay. Bài đấu này rất mạnh nhưng cũng sẽ rất đắt. Anh em sẽ cần một lượng tiền khổng lồ và trang bị chuẩn chỉ để kích hoạt được sức mạnh tối đa. Trang bị đề xuất như sau. Với Lắc là 2 nanh và crit phép để tạo ra đam sốc. Với Sylas sẽ là tương tự như Lắc. Sylas sẽ cần kỹ năng chí mạng. Tuy nhiên vì ở tuyến đầu nên một chút hồi phục thêm từ bàn tay công lý sẽ là hợp lý. Bước lên đỉnh cao danh vọng chỉ bạo, tu chuyên. Theo lời bất kỳ gì, đây cũng là một giáo án fast 9 đòi hỏi anh em phải tích lũy kinh tế vượt mức pickable. Đam trúng được nhiều người nhất có thể. Ngoài ra thì một mình Mel đam về late game sẽ là không đủ. Carry phụ chọn mặt gửi vàng nên là hai cái tên Sylas và Rai tại mà chơi. Trong game cờ nhân phẩm hiện tại, form bài mạnh nhất của vùng đất này rất buồn cho những ai đoán là TH vì sẽ không có kỷ Jura nào cả. Form bài gọi tên Seraphine và Lissandra song sát. Đây là một form fast 8 với những cái tên nòng cốt gồm Seraphine, Oriana. Nhưng late game lại bị lép vế khá nhiều so với hai form kể trên. Tuy nhiên, khi anh em có một trong 3 điều kiện sau cho Seraphine thì sẽ không cần phải sợ bố con thằng nào cả. Đó là lõi bình minh, kiếm tai ương hoặc là ấn nhiễu loạn cho Lissandra. Lúc này thì đội hình sẽ cực kỳ bá đạo, sát thương 19-1-10 với Exodia. Ngoài ra thì việc chọn module Piltover cũng khá quan trọng để tối ưu sức mạnh. Hiện giờ chúng khá là cân bằng nên anh em cứ lựa chọn theo tình hình nhé. Đây là một đô thị công nghiệp ô nhiễm. Theo là John tối nhưng để dẫn những phát minh điên rồ về hóa kỹ. John sở hữu một form cực kỳ điên rồ và xả stress. Không ngoài anh em dự đoán chính là Jin Vidon. Tuy nhiên, để một form đội hình Vidon có thể cạnh tranh sức mạnh với bọn Exodia thì cần một điều kiện là anh em phải có một trong 3 tạo tác sau, đó là đao chớp, sống hải tặc hoặc là vũ điệu tử thần. Combo đồ là cuồng đao, móc diệt và một tạo tác cho Jin. Nếu là vũ khúc thì anh em sẽ dành cho Warwick. Form bài này thì ta sẽ không chơi full Jaun mà sẽ flex với cả Felshot. Cùng có 3 cha con là Jin, Vi, Warwick cùng với cả Bram, Loris, Ash và Lucian. Đội hình sẽ cần roll đủ 3 con là Jin, Sejuani và Loris để đủ công đủ thủ. Đam phụ không ai khác ngoài người cha cầm thú Warwick hoặc có thể là Lucian nếu ra được sớm. Jin khi có được đao chớp chính là con bài 3 tiền đã con mắt nhất với hoạt ảnh bắn tùm lum khắp nơi. Mình rất yêu thích bộ bài này vì khi chơi, dường như bao nhiêu stress truyền hết vào khẩu pháo xương cá, rồi nhờ Jin ship sang cho tìm đối thủ vậy. Billwater, vùng đất cuối cùng của lũ phàm nhân tạo nên. Thành phố cảng của những tay săn quái vật biển, hải tặc và những kẻ ngoài vòng pháp luật. Tuy vậy, trong đám vô lại này cũng có một bông hoa lẻ loi, đó chính là nữ thuyền trưởng ba đầu Miss Fortune. Đội hình mạnh nhất sẽ bao gồm Miss Fortune, Tam Kên, Nautilus cùng với cả On, Shyvana, Fiddlestick, Volibear, Louis, Ari, Ngộ Không. Lâu dài với sự trâu bò của tuyến trên mà lấn át đối thủ. 3 carry chính sẽ là Lissandra, Zilin và Volibear. Phù thủy Elsa đóng vai trò dứt điểm nên sẽ cần crit phép. Zilin cầm đồ hiệu ứng và Volibear kiêm cả tanh lẫn sát thương vật lý. Điểm nổi bật nhất của đội hình là anh em sẽ có thêm 2 chiếc cặp băng sinh sinh và chú Zeon búc đồ tạo tác. Tưởng tượng một đồ tạo tác đôi khi đã lật ngược được thế trận rồi, mà khi game cho anh em on ngay từ đầu game thì game đấu đó nó có thể sinh ra cho anh em biết bao nhiêu cái lõi vàng đây. Shurima, địa chế sa mạc dẫn đầu bị vua lời nguyền Viago.
Alrighty, hello everybody. At 12 at midnight last night, right before I was about to go to bed, Kuro may have dropped a little bit of a bomb, because there was a new account that popped up on Kuro on Twitter called Kuro On Road, and they also showed this within their official console, by the way, which is how we kind of know about this, where we can see that Kuro On Road is an animation studio that has come under Kuro Games, and they've actually pushed out a trailer for this new series. So I wanted to kind of talk about this because, as you can probably imagine from the thumbnail, this I think has actually revealed to us Lilyland, right? You can see, if you didn't know, Lilyland is part of the archipelago of Renacita. We have Septimont, we have Raguna, and we have Lilyland. It's just that we've never seen Lilyland before. It's been mentioned plenty of times in lore. For example, you can kind of see within Denia's little ID badge within her trailer over here, the address, which is probably like some sort of shell company, let's be real, is called the Happily Family Dessert Shop in Lilyland in Renacita. So, Renacita, very similar to, for example, let's actually just pop up Google Maps, right? Just so we can kind of like see where we are at. Let's pop up Google Map. Within the Greek Isles, Greece has a lot of islands, and as I said before, I've always kind of thought that Renacita is a kind of blend between the Greco-Roman cultures, so a little bit of classicism, a little bit of like modern Italian, and you can see that while, for example, Septimont is based on Rome, because Septimont, which means 7 hills in Latin, is literally the other name for Rome, you can kind of see how, for example, Raguna may be based on, like, you know, Renaissance cities like Naples. You have like Ravenna, like kind of like closer to the top over here, like Ravenna. You have, for example, Milan, and also you can have Venice, which I don't really know like my Italian city-states, but it's, oh yeah, it's over here. That's what I thought. So it's like Venice over here, especially because Raguna has like a lot of waterways. So what that actually leaves us is, if you check the Lilyland wiki, they actually even say this here, that they think that the city is based on Florence. And the reason why it's based on Florence is because Florence is often given the nickname, and you'll have to excuse my Italian here because my Italian sucks, La Città Gigalietta, but it basically means the Lily Town. And you can kind of see that, of course, like, Lilyland is named Lilyland, but also this seems like a very picturesque kind of scene, right? And we can also like emphasize this even more, because all the times we've seen Lilyland in lore, it's always been mentioned as this kind of idyllic place. Like, for example, you have, let's just say, Scott Rebel. Scott Rebel was kind of like retired into, you know, like, wait, where was Scott Rebel again? I swear it was like over, yeah, Scott Rebel retired to Lilyland, so it's kind of like some very idyllic, relaxing place. And that's why I think that actually the anime is called Elysium, because an Elysium is a term which refers to a kind of heaven or afterlife in a lot of Greco-Roman cultures. And because of that, you can kind of see, again, this very idyllic looking place. But the most important thing is that this kind of like chapel with, like, you know, these like steeples and like minarets and stuff like that is not any place in Raguna that we've seen, right? This is not Raguna, because Raguna's Cathedral of Mercury, you guys can kind of see in game, right? Like Raguna's Cathedral of Mercury is over here. It's over here. It's nowhere close to sort of like any kind of beach. So what that kind of implies to me is, let's just actually just go to Raguna right here, right? What that implies to me is that this is not any like place in Raguna, and I also thought that this is probably not any place which is like, let's just say, Raguna in the past, right? And the reason for that is because let's just say, for example, maybe 200 years ago they were building the Cathedral of Mercury or something, and then this was like still a beach or whatever. I don't think that's the case, because Cartafia is here, right? And Cartafia is definitely not like, let's just say, Frolova and stuff, who was like centuries old. Cartafia is around her mid-30s, right? She was born kind of like rather recently because of the efforts of Imperator and Leviathan, and she ain't that old. Like, you could perhaps tell me that this whole thing may be a sonorosphere or something from the past, but I don't really think that's the case, because as you can see, there is another character in this equation, this girl over here. And you can kind of see that This girl's definitely not from Septimont, she's just not wearing Septimonian clothes. But you see like kind of like this jeweled brooch kind of like across her chest, right? And someone on, I think it was on Twitter, has actually mentioned that this looks a lot like the daughter of Cartafia. So basically, if you guys didn't know, Cartafia had a real family per se. Well, not really a real family, because she was an artificial creation. But you can kind of see how hairstyles are a bit like pretty similar. You have, for instance, you know, like the jeweled brooch across her chest is also really similar.
神明或许能预言未来，却无法道出明。
The clothes are even like very similar, so it may be that like, you know, Cartafia, because in this scene after the Septimon story, I think it was 2.4,
优美的和声，命运的多重奏，探路，这些刹那一切。 一出不去。
Cut.
高天是他的卷，接下来是啥？
It's time to analyze more music from Wuthering Waves. I'm Corey, or Everything Fantasy. I'm a video game composer. I'm really curious of what we're going to encounter today, because I've heard so much music from Wuthering Waves now, and I've enjoyed all of it for different reasons, but this has been a really popular suggestion. Voyaging Stars Farewell. I have my keyboard in front of me. Let's get into this. Okay, this is really interesting so far. We have almost like a broken synth key kind of sound, almost paddy in nature. The key, I think, is... I think we're in A flat minor. But it could quite easily change. And so far, in terms of the feeling that I'm getting, it feels quite warm to me. I actually am getting the idea of something kind of like a return to something. I think, although it says farewell, I'm almost getting the feeling of something returning to me in a sense. But hey, this is like 11 seconds into this, so let's keep going. Okay, there's a lot of really interesting things here that I really like. So in terms of the elements of this, we have 4 things that stick out to me. We have the drum kit part, which feels really unusual actually to be playing it in this way. It sounds something like on top of that, we also, of course, have the lead vocals, the da-da-da. Part of the reason how I can know it's an A flat minor now. Really soft, quite broken in nature. Like, we don't have these long drawn out phrases, like compare this. It's kind of more like a... that kind of thing, broken apart, which almost has this sensation of things falling apart on some level. So drum kit, vocals, we had the pad sounds in the background, very electronic synth sounds in the background. We also have this piano that's occasionally just going like... not like that, but kind of like that. I'm really curious of what the chorus is going to sound like, because we have a drum kit now, which feels unusual to me. I would have imagined this would build up to a really epic section with a drum kit, but we're getting that earlier than I expected.
The trembling branches, a soul for soul, bound to soar to the very edge of the staring ocean. Even if are meant to fall apart, I will get sad.
Another thing that I really like, the strings. It's occasionally kind of coming in. I get this sort of spacey feel to that. I don't know why. I'm not sure why this is reminding me of space, but I like those elements kind of gradually coming in. This makes me even more curious to know what the chorus... I think it's good. The chorus... Pre-chorus? Okay, I've got a few things I need to say for this. Okay, first of all, I assume that was a pre-chorus, what I just heard. It was like, if I can find my sustain pedal. It was kind of that sequence, more than anything else. I kind of added some extra stuff for no reason, but okay. Then we went into what now feels like a second verse. It doesn't feel like a chorus. So I think what's going to happen is there's going to be almost one chorusy section that happens quite later down the line, and we're going to... Some songs do this, where they have this rotation of like a verse, a pre-chorus, a verse, a pre-chorus, and then the chorus. And I feel like it's almost guiding us there. We're kind of bringing up to this, now I'm getting reunited at the same time, as well as an element of things falling apart. But one of the first words I mentioned was warm. I still get this warmth listening to this, and I'm not entirely sure why. Okay, I think this is gonna lead up into a climactic section, but we had the introduction of the bass in that second verse. That kind of idea. We have... I feel like this is sort of like an instrumental going on here. I think I heard that. Okay, no. Wait. Okay, there are things, if you've been following my reactions for a while, and I've done a lot of Wuthering Wave stuffs, Arc Knights, Limbus Company, a bunch of other things, you'll know that there are certain phrases or chord sequences that can trigger like a reaction within me, and it just happened. I I want to listen to it again because I think I'll be able to play what I heard. But I'll listen one more time. Also, there's something I noticed. The phrase, I think it was crystalline and sweet, happened before. Yeah, it was here. Oh, okay. So, what I described as the second verse before, I think is actually a chorus. It didn't inherently feel like a chorus because the instrumentation stayed really, really similar. Now, the second time we hear this, it feels much more like a chorus, given that there's a bass, there's a drum kit that's playing a different rhythm this time. It feels heavier. It's really interesting, actually, technically, to take this approach of introducing an idea which feels like a chorus, but we're not quite sure about it, and then eventually going into the same thing again, but more obviously making it a chorus. This is how I get the sensation of things really building up and gradually taking us on an emotional roller coaster. Okay, let me go back to that section now. The reason I noticed it is because I remember seeing the phrase crystalline and sweet before, which in and of itself is such an interesting phrase. I want to play some of that. And in order to do that, I should listen to it a bit more. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. That's really fun to play, actually. I'm probably going to listen to some piano covers of this after that, I'll be honest. But the thing that I really like is the uncertain, unpredictable, goes outside of the key. That's why I really enjoy it. Man, that's insane. Playing cool. Mistaken in thinking that it would take the normal structure that I imagined in my head originally. Then it kind of did, but it goes back to what I said at the beginning of this kind of building up to something really climactic, which is a thing that we did get in this. And by the end, I definitely felt a farewell. I definitely felt a parting of maybe one person from a group of people almost. I mean, when I see the word farewell, I always think of like one person departing from somebody else, like a one-on-one sort of thing. But this almost feels like one person departing from the world on some level. But because this was a popular suggestion, I know people who submitted it via everythingfantasy.net, which is where you can submit things to, would have said something about it. Hello, I like this song, so just wanted to see what you think of it. And now you know what I think of it. It's such a beautiful song, and thanks for suggesting it too. Somebody else didn't say anything, and the third person said, "This is the source of Wooer's journey well. The source of journey well? It breaks our hearts and hope yours too." Okay, so the second part of it breaks hearts, hope mine too. Absolutely, I feel connected to. But I think this is such a massive side note. But because I, as well as composing, worked in studios, doing sound engineering, being a runner, and things like that, I have huge respect for the people that mix the music and everything too. So massive shout out to them. The final comment was, it said, "This is the source of who was Journey Well." I've seen that phrase somewhere. I know it's referring to something. I'm just kind of curious. Journey Well references the highly emotional ending of... Oh. Okay, I'm not going to read any more of that. I feel like it's going to spoil something, so I want to avoid it entirely. I'd love to know what you think. As always, I've seen quite a few more suggestions come in. I feel like in the last video I said, oh, I'm running low on Wooer suggestions. You definitely made up for that. I can see like, Grand Feast, Daydream. I can see Bury Me in Sunlight. There's just a whole lot more. And I can see Unwritten in the Stars. But yeah, keep them coming. I'm really interested in listening to more. I'll probably record a whole bunch of reactions next week, so expect that soon. I'm going to update the website so you can see all the things I've reacted to. Until next time, thanks for watching and take care. Ode to a Nameless Martyr. There's a few different ideas that I'm getting in my mind before listening to this, but I'm Corey, Everything Fantasy. I'm a music composer for video games. I have my keyboard in front of me. I'm gonna use it to help analyze and to break things down. I've got the lyrics up in front of me already because I just assume there'd be lyrics to this. It feels like every song someone suggests is a song with lyrics in it. But let's get into this. Is this... Maybe I'm reading too much into the image itself, but I'm wondering, which is so conflicting. Like a piano, a solo vocalist, and the bass. It's such an interesting contrast.
I would just fall into that sunset while the rest is sea. I'm a vessel, done its best to contain their schemes. Now all sounds are drowning with me.
It's about time that I listen to the. Now I said a.
Broken wings falling in the snow. Blood red flowers shimmer as they float.
Okay. So far, there's already stuff I really love about this. Let's figure out the basics. We're in the key of C minor. Kind of that sort of idea with the soft piano and the slightly filtered vocals. This is sounding quite mournful but dreamy at the same time so far. That's the feeling that I get from this. I should also... Okay, from looking at the lyrics, it's obviously easy to say this in hindsight, but the beginning of a piece called Somniomancer does this crackling at the beginning, and when I heard... And that's by Crywolf. And when I heard the crackling of this piece right at the beginning, that sort of like, almost sounds like fire, but it's like a tape saturation sound, I immediately thought, oh, is this going to be Crywolf as well? And then I looked at the lyrics and saw Crywolf producer. I was like, oh, what a massive coincidence. But, okay.
Nowadays, flowing through my memories, echoed out from the ghost of goodbye. Golden moon falling from the...
I'm actually going to get a version with lyrics up. Oh, that's so beautiful. It sounds like a lullaby, and part of the reason for this is the music box in the background. That sounds like this. And we're still in the key of C minor. Now, I tried not to look too much into the spoilery comments of the last video, but the Ghost of Goodbye, I feel like I read somewhere
Estranged.
that she dies? Question mark? Dance with the Ghost of Goodbye would quite strongly foreshadow that. I'm almost getting this feeling of like an eternal sleep sort of thing listening to this. That segment was really beautiful. Just the constant. So we have a few different things. We had the music box still, helping to make this continue to feel like a lullaby. We have the voices. But it's more of a soloist voice, but also the strings as well that occasionally just come in with a swell. And now we go back into a lyric section. This is so sad. I'm looking at the image and just thinking back to the first piece that we listened to. Latin name. Oh my gosh. Oh, this feels so dramatically sad. Like I feel for this character. I want to hear the transition again. That was so powerful. The transition was so we had the stuttering effect. Like this sort of thing. Kind of that sort of idea. On the word goodbye as well. That's so powerful. I love the fact that, okay, yes, we have cinematic percussion, yes, we have electronic drum kits now, yes, everything is louder, but the thing you'll notice is those two elements from the beginning, the, particularly the piano, the soft piano going. In fact, we're in a different key now. Yeah, I think I said we were in C minor at the beginning. That's what we hear now. We still hear that, and it's just about cutting through. So, although we're having this massive change where things almost feel like they're falling apart, there's still some semblance of the past kind of thing. We have the strings though that are parroting something that the Celesta did. It's kind of like the. Of goodbye. Oh my gosh, that was so powerful in a way that I didn't expect at the beginning. Like, you obviously have images in your mind as you listen to music, and with the context of the first piece of music that you listen to, compared to this now, this really does feel like something is coming to an end in quite like a sorrowful, depressing way that cannot be controlled. Almost like it's inevitable kind of thing is what I get from this. Like, it's known that this thing will come to, or this character will come to an end. Oh my god, that was so impactful. Wow, I need a break after this. As always, though, I'd love to know your thoughts and interpretation of the music as well. If you want to suggest more things, you can head on over to everythingfantasy.net. I should also check the person who suggested it, what they said about it. This is one of Denaya's themes produced by Crywolf. Das Svidaniya comes from the Russian phrase meaning goodbye, or more literally, until we meet again. Danaya, hopefully I'm pronouncing her name right, but Danaya's own name is implied to come from that word, because the only thing she remembers from her past is a blurry memory of a farewell from her mother. I love how Das Svidaniya feels both like a character theme and a farewell letter. I'm definitely getting the farewell from this, especially since her tragic ending. Interested in that, but I did get, you know how I was saying that kind of contrast from the first minute or so to the ending climactic section did feel really tragic, like something was both inevitable, but it's very upsetting to watch this come to an end. It's not about saving the world or defeating a villain. There's no glory involved. It's just about a lonely subject experiment who's being used by a villainous organization desperately trying to prove that her memories, her feelings, and her whole existence were real. Oh, this is so interesting. Happy birthday. No, sorry. The comment says happy birthday. Deny it at the end of it. No, it's just that the contrast just got me there. But wow, what a piece of music. Oh my god, I really want to experience this for myself. I feel somewhat connected to this character now. I'd love to know if there's a word that comes to mind to sum up her character. What is that word? I'd love to see it in the comment section. Until next time, thanks for watching and take care.
Little wind up again before going into the next section. And now for this section, we're doing our climb up again with the chord progression, going as kind of a callback to the previous section of the song, but now
I'm very much looking forward to reacting to more music from Wuthering Waves. I'm Corey, or Everything Fantasy. I'm a music composer for games. I have my keyboard in front of me. So, I'm going to be listening to the Census ad Nihilum, I think it's pronounced. I was told for this one to watch it as well as listening to the music, and I'm actually going to do one after the other. I want to almost listen to the music first, break it down with you, and then almost predict what I might expect to see when watching it. Let's get straight into it. Okay, so I'm imagining delicacy, innocence to begin with. I'm going to load up a sound that I think is going to be important for this. So we're in the key. We're in the key of E flat minor so far, and it sounded... It's that kind of idea so far.
A shooting star falls through the sea.
I really love... Okay, so I'm going to bring up the lyrics for the second listen. I love the chord sequence. There was kind of like a... And then on the second time it was a... This feels a bit more optimistic. I love on the vocals, there's almost like a saturation to it that makes it feel almost like blurred and slightly covered by something in a sense.
Floating down into my dreams, your echo cries from far away. Oblivion calls out my name. Never mind what I think.
Whoa. Okay. So... had that kind of bit which made me feel very optimistic and hopeful. Like the thing I'm seeing is almost someone's like rebirth in a sense. I'm kind of I don't know why that word comes to mind. Maybe it's because I've been listening to too much Final Fantasy music. But yeah, and then we go into this section which just feels it's such a massive contrast. Let's listen to more of it. Whoa. Okay. Okay, we gotta talk about some things there. Okay. Where do I even start? Okay, I'm gonna start with the electric guitar. We've gone to the relative minor, which is C minor, which sounds like... And I love the sort of like heavy electronic drum kit followed by a random break and then the laughing as well as the bringing back to the kind of Celesta. I'm imagining like somebody I'm trying not to look at this character as well actually because maybe that's going to influence my thoughts, but I'm getting the impression of somebody who on the surface is very kind of innocent and almost childlike, but like deeper down in reality is just not at all. That's what I'm imagining listening to this, and maybe we'll see something similar. Like I'm really curious of what's on screen when we go through these massive changes. I'm thinking of pieces I've listened to from Wuthering Waves so far, and I described this idea of like of a piece of two halves, where we have one emotion throughout one part of the piece followed by another. This is exactly the same thing again. We're getting the same kind of feeling and the same kind of resonance in a sense. Yeah, these two polar opposite ideas. Sometimes it has been intensity versus peace. Sometimes it's been like past and future. Now it feels like a childlike sensation versus the real me in a sense. We had an interesting change there. I thought this might happen. We went back to the... Then we had the tremolo vocals, which sounded something like this. That kind of sound, and that was our transition back into the intense, heavy metal section of the piece. There's so many things going on. I'm out here. I was just gonna talk about the drum kit, but there's too many other things to talk about. Okay, so I liked the big open kind of like a stadium style of that drum kit. The kind of like a followed by the metal section where we have, I don't know if I'll be able to play it this. That kind of idea. Then we had the electric guitar section, but before that we had that one measure break again. I'm not sure why I'm calling it a measure, I'm from the UK. 1 bar break. We had the laughing again. I'm imagining on screen just so many like juxtaposing moments where we're seeing one thing followed by the complete opposite of that thing. Okay. Fade out to quiet section, peaceful. I love the fact that I think we have a timpani there going into a cymbal, but I love the fact that the strings there are parroting what the vocals did earlier on the. Is that one? Yeah, the F. In fact, let me try and try playing both of them together. I only have two hands for this, so I can't control what I want to control, but. Those kind of swells as well. With the Celesta has returned as well. Sounds so open. I love ending on the Celesta there. Kind of we're reflecting back to the beginning of the piece again. It's almost like the beginning foreshadowed the end on some level. I'm looking forward to this video now, actually. Okay, let's see. Okay. I'm getting that childlike innocent feeling.
Shooting star falls through the sea, floating down into my dreams. Your echo cries from far away, oblivion calls out my name. Never mind what I think.
Is she like escaping from something? Oh, it was Meet Me by the Broken Gates. I love the glitch transition there too. I want to go back ever so slightly. I'm interested in what that color is as well. Yeah, I now get... So originally when we were listening to just the music, I had this idea of like the two halves of an individual kind of thing. Like this is the real me sort of thing. I now, when looking at the visuals, almost get you know, no, it kind of actually solidifies what I'm thinking slightly more of this, like somebody, almost like somebody trapped inside their own mind kind of thing. Oh, God, it feels good to protect. No, I'm really. I'd love to know a tiny bit more about that. So, like, for me, what that could mean is this idea that I've been presenting so far of like, of two halves. One side of a person feels almost like a fake version of themselves, kind of thing. Oh, that is really interesting. Yeah, it solidifies some things. I still have quite a few questions of like, is it this kind of battle against herself? Is there some kind of external force kind of thing? I'm more leaning towards the inner demons type of thing, type of feeling towards this. That was so interesting. I'd love to get a little bit of background if possible, as always. And thanks for the suggestion. I like this approach of listening to music first and doing the kind of the breakdown, etc., and then listening to the watching the EP even. And thanks for suggesting it too. It was suggested in the comments section of a previous video. Make sure to suggest more. If you want to guarantee a suggestion, I now have a YouTube members tier for that. You can check that out. But until next time, thanks for watching and take care. I'm convinced that whenever I start listening to a Wuthering Waves piece of music, I'm going to experience one of many series of emotions. It could be sadness, it could be sorrow, it could be happiness, it could be conflicting feelings. I'm Corey, or Everything Fantasy. I'm a video game composer. I have my keyboard in front of me. What a piece of music, man. What a piece of music. Oh, that was great. That was so good. I liked it at the end, by the way. The phrase I was playing before on the string. The vocalist was doing that at the end. They were playing it at the same time in a way that kind of brought both melodic ideas together. That was really nice. I love the fact as well, each chorus section, so we have the air and unfold around me, that is the chorus. Despite the lyrics being, I think, the same each time, no, they look slightly different. There's a lot, I think it's typos here, but there's a few differences each time, I think. Yeah, there are a few differences. And it actually relates to what I was about to say, because instrumental-wise, there are differences every chorus, either in tempo
Rồi, ok, chúng ta đến với gọi là tư vấn role cũng như là lựa chọn nhân vật cho anh em newbie 3.0, newbie 3.1 cũng như là mấy anh em OB nha. Đầu tiên thì với những anh em nào mà newbie 3.0 á, tức là anh em đã có sẵn Velina rồi, lựa chọn rất đơn giản anh em ạ. Chọn ngay cho mình con Remy, Remy M0-1, thậm chí là Remy M1-1, M2-1.
星闪烁，桃花般掉落，生命时刻也许你的。Kicking to gear, I'm on a fast lane. Riding the feeling, see till I. Adventure, wrote a prophecy, man, nothing. Will I be the victim who is blessed? That I will work out the glory past, bring honor and brightness back. Right out in the missing sight, there's no turning back this time. Will we realize? Will we realize? Will the laurel be placed on my head? One day we shall cheer and dance, making joy forever.
Và một hôm ta đang thu lay bách theo có thằng định hack. Và một hôm ta đang thu lay bách theo có thằng định hack máy tính và tìm cách ăn cao. Và một hôm ta đang thu lay bách theo có thằng định hack máy tính và tìm cách ăn cao còn trách ngợp thỏ bên vách làm ta vẫn luôn lách cất tiếng và tuổi sách trốn thang đất khách vào rừng. Hít đất như văn mách. Sau ra vài năm thì ta đã bách trở lại và không có gì là trở ngại, cái đây mới chỉ là mớ bay. Ta cũng đã học rất nhiều cách để tồn tại, không có chuyện ta thất bại cũng đếch bao giờ ta thở dài. Ta chỉ đang tạo cái ấn phẩm một thời đại như cách dọc theo với cỏ dại và đó là cách ta trổ tai. Ta đang làm và một hôm ta đang thu lay bách theo có thằng định hack máy tính và tìm cách ăn cao còn trách ngợp thỏ bên vách làm ta vẫn luôn lách cất tiếng và tuổi sách trốn thang đất khách vào rừng trốn tránh ngủ trên cái tùng bách ăn cùng với xà lách làm